Oj, zwaliłem teraz. Ale to nic. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery. Raz, i dwa, i trzy, i cztery. Dobra. Dzień dobry. Na pewno pogramy sobie, ale może być, że trzeba będzie przerwę zrobić. Ja tyle tu wpisywałem, dobra. Tu mamy Starfielda. Okej. Budowa shaderów, zajebiście. Jest jedna sprawa jeszcze ważna, patrzcie. Menedżer zadań? Nie menedżer zadań. Czekajcie, ekran ustawienia wyświetlacza zaawansowane i 60. Inaczej to nie ma sensu. I co? Nic? Oj. Super. Czekajcie, jeszcze raz. Bo widzę, że to jest bez sensu. 60. Bo widzę, że to jest, nie ma sensu. Bawić home. Też nie ma. Czemu? Nieważne. Teraz tak. Tu włączymy. Teraz Starfielda. Czy tu w ogóle coś wyszło? Chyba nie. Chyba tylko ta wersja 1.7 jest najnowsza. Ok. No nic, musimy jeszcze raz przejść przez budowanie shaderów. Bo widzę, że jest problem jakiś. Naciśnij dowolny przycisk, w sumie to nawet już jest zrobione. Zapis wyjściowy, dobra. Rzekomo się ustawienia trochę zmieniły graficzne, muszę to posprawdzać. Podobno DLSS-a dali. Dajcie mi chwilę. Ustawienia. Dostępność się nic nie zmieniło. Sterowanie, wyświetlanie. Uwaga! Bo my nie mamy ale FS skalowanie CCL jest wyłączone. No nie, no właśnie, bo u nas nie ma NVIDIA, to my chyba tego nawet nie sprawdzimy, czy to jest. No trudno. To już nieistotne. Co byśmy mieli dać w ogóle w tym? Byśmy coś mieli zrobić w pilotażu chyba. Nie no, pilotaż muszę jeszcze 30 statków. Sterować statkami, dobra. A tutaj mieliśmy to chyba. Wytrzymałość musimy podnieść. się nie zanudzi na razie. No, trudno. Zadania, co my tu robimy aktualnie? A, to jest to, co musimy pozbierać. W ogóle jaki mamy udźwig? Taki, bo ja chyba to oddałem albo do ładowni te rzeczy, albo do skrytki tam tej. No nic, no to robimy na razie rządowe sprawy. Spoko. Nie mamy wyjścia.
That must make you my Vanguard captain.
Mamy, ale
Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second in command. I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the attack. You have my gratitude. I was also told the President wants us to get you into the Armistice archives ASAP. So, we've got no time to waste. You know what the archives are, correct? Someone paid attention in current events. So, then you also know that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun. Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. The ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Varun to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said than done. No. Each is a strip of several million random numbers generated on the fly based on biometric keys kept by each of the ambassadors on their person at all times. They're impossible to create without those keys, and those keys stay with the ambassadors, meaning we're accessing nothing if we can't get them on our side. It won't be. Both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate. And I do mean cooperate. Threats and violence are off the table here. Though that doesn't mean we can't get creative. But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Varun? Ambassador Balmore's a challenge. When the rest of House Varun retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmore stayed here. He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. Though claiming to know how a member of House Varun thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval. Well, these days, they're primarily considered a security threat. House Varun Zealots, a fundamentalist outshoot of the group that stayed behind when the rest retreated into seclusion, want nothing more than to send everyone not dedicated to their cause to the great serpent in the sky. But that hasn't always been the case. After they ended the Serpent's Crusade about 70 years back, House Varun did take a real run at trying to normalize relations with the rest of the galaxy. It's why they have an embassy here in the first place, why they were included in the armistice negotiations. But then, without warning, they left. leaving behind, to our knowledge, just the ambassador and his duty under the armistice.
They're unusual, sure, but I'm sure we can reason with them just fine. They're just people. Weird, maybe, but we're all a little weird to somebody.
They certainly come with a checkered past, but there's an additional wrinkle. We're not 100% sure Balmore is actually still alive. His public appearances were always rare, but it's been several years now since he last poked his head out. Scans of the facility show life signs, but not the kind we were expecting. Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice. Then you search the embassy for his biometric key, collect your code piece, and we'll go about notifying his next of kin, if we can ever find them. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. The embassy is still legally House Varun's sovereign territory, so we're not technically permitted inside. We've snuck in the occasional spy, of course, but the ambassador has proven more evasive than you'd expect for a man of his age. But we're quite sure he hasn't left the city. The man stands out. The Varun delegation brought more than a few
Skończyła prać, muszę pranie ogarnąć.
It seems those plants have been allowed to flourish, making it hard for us to verify what's flora and what's ambassador.
Dobra, czekajcie. Idę pranie ogarnąć. Potem zrobimy dalej. ZW. Okej.
I have no doubt. Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here, this device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there. Ah, the good Ambassador Ratcliffe. She's a veteran of the Colony War, and her only goal in life is to make ours miserable.
I bet she loves her job.
Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her. Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support. And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code. Huh. Well, if that's the case, I'll wait to be pleasantly surprised. But we do have one item
Siema,
up our sleeve.
Mediniacz.
UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use to your advantage.
Dobrze.
But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy holding cell. So, if you are going to try and access the device, you're going to need to find a way in there without being seen.
No widzisz, jak masz blika, to
That suggests there's a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for intel.
to tiprum też... A, dobra.
Even convinced to work with you.
Co mówić o tym pracowniku?
Name's Cameron Long. He's younger than Ratcliffe.
Wygląda mi
There's less of a grudge towards the
podziwia.
UC. He works closely with the
Podziwiasz
ambassador,
mnie.
making
Ja
him a
piękny nie
constant source
jestem.
for information on the ins and outs of embassy life.
Jak coś.
And someone who very likely
Ale spoko.
hates her guts.
Unikać czegoś jeszcze?
Yes,
Tak.
money. Don't steal anything. Don't get caught anywhere you're not supposed to. Absolutely do not harm anyone. If something goes wrong, we'll do our best to smooth things over, but I can't make any promises. All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up, you're on your way. Not likely to let you through the door otherwise. Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Radcliffe. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her and her staff's mind. Be smart out there, Captain.
Dobra. I co my mamy teraz w ogarnięcie? Nie będziemy kradli, nie? Czekajcie. To ja mogę tu zdziałać. Muszę to sobie otworzyć. Czy to w ogóle... A, dobra, to jest na tej samej planecie. Omegma. Więc można, okej. Mnie Metin nawet średnio interesuje. Dobra, winda. Pyk, pyk.
Captain.
Congratulations on joining the ranks of the Vanguard.
Teraz gdzie mamy iść? Gdzieś tam daleko. Chwila, gdzie mamy iść? Chyba gdzieś tu. Se nogę złamałeś? No tak, złamał se nogę. A trudno. Ten status mu się zrośnie. Dobra, gdzieś tu musi być wejście. Ja też... Na pewno. Kurde, gdzie się to idzie?
War memorial. We can stop to pay respects.
Moment. Muszę jakoś się... Moment. Boże, aha. Dobra, idziemy tu. Tutaj jest to miejsce.
You are a visitor? You'll find the ambassador.
Windą w dół. Przyszedł już.
Every day that we all keep talking is a day we should celebrate.
All that security and they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Guests can make themselves comfortable in the lobby.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport.
Cześć, Patros.
You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly.
No spoko.
Saved many lives.
Starfield.
Now, she also mentioned that, and
Spoko
maybe
jest
it's just
Starfield.
connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives. Some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy. In order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local
Starfield.
hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right.
Tylko długie bardzo to będzie.
Excuse me. A less level-headed person might think that was a threat, Captain. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time and yours, and go?
Patin to nie.
No, Captain, I'm not, and I'll tell you why. What you experienced down there at the spaceport, I've lived that once before already. Fought tooth and nail as aliens rampaged in the streets of my home and others all throughout the collective. But my aliens were placed there by UC hands. So I'm not interested in anyone getting power like that ever again. The UC
FS,
most
co
of
to
all.
jest? Próbujemy jeszcze ją
You have my answer. Now please take the hint. You're really gonna push this? All right, I will give you one chance. One to convince me. Understood. I'm listening. You know that for sure. That is interesting. And those lives are in my hands. It's possible I might be letting my history cloud my judgment. Possibly.
No, mam cię.
Well, Captain, you make some good points.
Zajebiście.
But if I'm really granting you access, I'm gonna need
Dobra.
the following concessions.
Udało się.
Your access will be limited. You can only take out the items related to stopping these terramorphs. The monitors will make sure of it. You go in once. You get everything you need on your trip, and never again. And all research done with the data will be monitored. If this data is being used to save the galaxy needs to be involved in the oversight. Freestar scientists will watch your people like hawks. So, do we have an agreement? Well then, I guess you better get a move on.
This building is Freestar Sovereign territory.
Co mamy zrobić? A, muszę z nią jeszcze pogadać. No i pięknie. No dobra. Musimy jeszcze z kimś pogadać, co? Byk. Kurde, muszę z... Ale to bym musiał... Coś się wymyśli. Co jest? Tu jest wyjście jakieś. Ano, Forza Horizon 4 czasami pogrywam. A ja mam 4 i 5. I teraz The Crew. To nowe.
Finally back with our son.
He's quite something, our lad.
Okej. Dobra. Teraz. Hello. Tu niby. A może być faktycznie. Gitara. Tu. A, do windy, no tak.
Okay. Hello.
Welcome back. Everything going well with the ambassadors?
Tak. A, czy ja wiem? Ta sama.
Wait, you got her to agree? Without putting a gun to her head? And all she wants are monitors. Then what are you doing here? Yes, granted, we'll make the arrangements. Heavens above, we'll make them citizens. Just get back there before she changes her mind.
Dobra. No dobra. Kaka. Pyk. Pyk. Pyk, pyk. I co teraz w drugą stronę znowu? Gdzie się to idzie? Tu chyba. Uff.
Back at last. I presume the deputy was receptive to our proposal. Are we all in agreement? Excellent. Follow me.
No to dawaj. Co, czy ona już mi pozwoliła? 6 razy zużyłem tlen, dobra.
They tell me it should only take a moment. And there. Here, I'll reach out to Deputy McIntyre. We'll coordinate the necessary oversights. Two unlikely allies, I guess.
Co teraz? Aha, kod dostępu. No elo. Bajo. Czekajcie. Teraz tu. Dobra. Tu gdzieś musi być. To jednak nie tu. Tutaj. Że wchodzi. Dobrze. Jezu. Co my tu mamy? Fasady.
Say what you will, but I bet House Varun knows how to party. Never gonna get their deposit back after this.
Już? Co tu się dzieje? Ubezpieczenia. Więcej. Co?
To na jedynce też pokazują ten mecz.
Który mecz?
No, na wieczór o 9.
No na pewno będą pokazywać.
Czemu go dali, że na Polsat Sporty, no.
Pokazują nawet. Kaj go dali, że na Polsat Sport. Jak kurde.
To na TVP Sport pokazywać,
No będą pokazywać, no muszą. Przestań. Przecież muszą pokazywać taki mecz. Zaawansowany. Jest otwarte. Będą na pewno pokazywać. No przecież muszą. Takiego meczu by nie pokazywali. Na pewno będą puszczać.
Ostatnio nie było, trzeba było wykupić.
Ale czego? Przecież. Ale czego? Co było trzeba wykupić?
Tak, znaczy kiedyś jak siatkówka była, pamiętasz, że musiał wykupić na Polsacie.
Co ty gadasz za głupoty? Ale to. Aha, to kiedyś tam było, ale. Ale. Coś było chyba kiedyś faktycznie. Ale to było kurde dawno temu. Hopie. Spokojnie. Wszystko będzie na pewno. A otwarłem. Na pewno wszystko wyjdzie. Oni już teraz puszczają normalnie. Na TVP. Puszczą jeden i drugi mecz. W sensie... Baby też będą, nie?
No ale to...
No co? Kaj teraz? Tędy. Co? co teraz?
May as well, right?
Te roboty mnie tu zaatakowały.
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the great
Kurwa.
serpent's designs
Co
for
się
us.
stało w ogóle?
You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss.
No dobra.
Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Tell me though, what is it like outside?
Jakby powinno czekać to.
Mentioning an attack, then the embassy was struck
Kurwa
with a
wieki
power
miał to.
surge and then silence. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly? Harmless spores, you have my word, but hard to navigate.
Siema.
Hence why I was guiding you through the intercoms
Siemano.
to restore the environmental controls. And release me. It is the sap of the tree that gives it its... well, perhaps not a topic for this exact moment. But I must know of the rest of the city. Does it still stand? I take it you didn't have such an experience where you were then, hmm? Yes, the entire embassy was thrown into lockdown.
Mama aż do mnie dzwoniła, że możesz przyjść tam na dół i tak dalej. No.
Disconcerting experience to say the least. Was the rest of the city spared?
Jest lepiej niż w tym.
Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at such an opportune moment. You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. Who else could just waltz through my door, hmm? And the broadcast spoke of terror morphs at the spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information, then. On terror morphs, presumably, hmm? Do I see this all clearly?
Coś takiego już nigdy się... Albo... Dopóki to chyba jest lepsze wyjście.
The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy, with little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them. A fine counterexample, responsible for the deaths of millions on ancient Earth. And fireworks? Absolutely capable of being put to violence, but not evil in itself. And here you are with a similar conundrum. I might be willing to support you if I knew I would not be tarnishing the legacy of House Varun by doing so.
You've got my word too. I swear if this goes awry, there will be hell to pay.
Well then, I shall not fear. Please, follow me.
Proszę za mną. No to dawaj.
Let's hope it still works. And there.
Chwila, czy my w ogóle... 2 na 5? Jak to 2 na 5, jak otwarłem? Przecież kurde, schowałem ten zamek. Dziwny.
Let it be used for good.
Podejrzane bardzo. Dobra, to idziemy tu w takiej sytuacji. Teraz chcę tu na dół. Tu co mam iść? Gdzie? O. Muszę
You might
wydostać.
want this.
Masakra. Co, mam cię tu puścić? Pomału. Bo jak coś, to podaj to jo. To zejdę.
Wyjdziesz,
No postaram się.
staram się wyjść.
W miarę możliwości.
On the record, what is
Hmm. Dobra, czekajcie, bo to... Chwila przerwy. Dobra, czekajcie. Co jest? O, jest, dobra. No i jesteśmy. Teraz jest to chyba jak powinien być. No to jest chyba dobrze. Wszystko.
What? Oh, sorry.
Captain, you're back sooner than... Oh, wait. Did you actually succeed? With Radcliffe? And Balmore? We're all in agreement. You saved him. You Vanguard really do take that above and beyond thing seriously, don't you? Fine work. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter. Here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Mast. Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
Dobra. Nie to, tylko to.
Hey.
Yes? You needed something?
Pip.
Captain, we've been expecting you. Please approach the monitoring station and we will go over the rules. Welcome, Captain, to the archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin.
Kurde, mam nadzieję, że deponuję wszystkie kody. bardzo trudne.
All codes verified. Unlock engaged. You may proceed, Captain.
Okej. Dobra, po co coś będzie?
I asked my boss what they're doing to Starfield.
Lepiej to w ten sposób już zrobię.
I'm so excited to see Tony after work.
Właśnie tu chciałem być.
That life.
UNC, teraz tędy.
There you are. Captain, Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work.
Captain, if you'd be willing to transfer the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing what comes next.
Oh, pardon me. Was that your stomach or mine? I'm all ears. It's a difficult topic. For years, I pretended like I was old. I can't guarantee I... Right. No worries.
A to nie z tobą miałem gadać.
Time for us to
Stop.
start getting some real answers and figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready. You're carrying the most comprehensive collection of information on terramorphs in the known universe. If we can't pry an answer out of there, it likely doesn't exist. Certainly doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but we're not going to know until Percival and I dig in, so whenever you're ready. Yes. It will be. Percival and I have done our damage. This is us starting to put some things right. So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things he needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
Okej.
Yes?
Howdy.
I know your type. A freewheeling space ace. Must be nice.
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies? It doesn't. We don't really care where else you might have been or might become a citizen. Once you earn your place in the United Colonies, it's yours. Well, only citizens can own property in New Atlantis. We also pay a discounted rate at any United Colonies merchant. And all citizens receive an ample credit disbursement upon joining.
Do dzieł.
Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version. Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen? To the best of your abilities, yes. But I think you can manage. So, will you let those values guide you as a citizen? Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation. We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property. Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position. Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the Terramorphs. And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name. So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms? I'm sorry. I can't share any more without your word. Do I have it? I understand this puts you in a strange position, but this information is too sensitive to share without your agreement. Can I count on you to keep this between just you and I? Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
No właśnie, mamy mało. Kurde, trzeba to jeszcze pakować się, no. Bardzo mam. Procesory. Pakować. Którzy na razie i tak nic z tego nie jest. Dostanę i tak kolejny poziom i no dalej jest 6 na 20, to nie.
Excuse moi. Alrighty.
Dobra. Ty nic nie masz, to nie. Właściwie gdzie to jest, jak to jest na tej planecie? Praktycznie na tej. I w ten sposób to załatwimy. Teraz będziemy przy tym, okej.
Never a better time than right now to settle down and make New Atlantis home. If you're a citizen, of course. What brings you in today? Looking to settle down, or in the world, or just window shopping?
Jakie walło, ja pierdzielę.
You know, a lot of people say that after they see the big high-rises with the fancy lobbies. Truth is, there's always an option. Don't count yourself out. I'm here if you have any more questions, or if you'd like to look at properties. Oh, don't I wish. Between UC regulations and demand here in the city, I haven't had a chance to branch out yet. But you best believe I'm keeping an eye on the situation and actively lobbying for a little more leeway. Well, first of all, let me just say congratulations on becoming a United Colony citizen. Let's see what we have available. Right now, I've got a little place in the well that's up for grabs. Needs some work, and the location is less than ideal, but it's a foot in the door, so to speak. I have a penthouse apartment in one of the residential towers. I forgot. Government has dibs on that one. Well, if it comes back on the market, I'll let you know. Sound like something you're interested in?
30 000 kredytów. Tak mnie stać.
Great. It's very cozy. I'm sure you'll love it. I'll just process the transaction and make sure ownership is transferred. And the apartment is all yours. Congratulations. Let's see. I have a pet. Enjoy your time in New Atlantis.
Dobra. To ile mi zdjęło kredytów? 91 000 mam kredytów, więc 100, 110, 120 000 miałem, a już łapię. Alrightowo. odwiedź swoje mieszkanie w studni, a to dawaj. Zdecydowanie. Cholera. Zdecydowanie, bo bym sobie... Patrzę, czy tu mamy jakieś te w tej studni. Musimy iść zobaczyć, bo jestem ciekawy. Pip. Ja tu kurwa zjechałem. Czekaj, co? To mnie kosztowało 30 koła. Prysznic, kibelek. Toalety. Moment. Co kurde ma być? Co to ma być? Jeszcze jakiś coś. Boże, co to jest moje? Nie wiem. Popieprzone to. Come on. Dobra, lecimy dalej z tymi.
Hey, you might want this.
Misjami na Nowej Atlantydzie.
You will be scanned as you enter the city.
There's a loophole.
Ciekawe. Ciekawe, co tu się dzieje.
I knew a place like this had to exist. I just never thought I'd actually be in it.
You may proceed down the corridor. But there are no additional visitors permitted. Your friend's gonna have to wait out here.
Drobne mu się pojawiło. Może najpierw zrobimy se.
What? No magazines? Well, who's down for some small talk? Looks like we've got a volunteer here.
Co ty chcesz?
Let's get out there and do something new today, shall we? I'm beyond ready, Dusty.
Drobne. Tyle. O Boże. Oczywiście dużo było do zrobienia.
Welcome, Captain. Please, come down and approach the intercom. You and I should chat.
A co tam jest? Moment, bo tak jakbym miał dwie. Użyj interfejsu. Dobra.
President Abeyo was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed. But now you face a foe unlike any other. An invisible enemy, lurking in the shadows. You're going to need all the help you can get. Which is why I hoped we could speak. Do you know who I am? I'm Francois Senon, but most know me as Victus. I was an admiral during the Colony War, one of its great villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes, but the previous regime deemed me too valuable to simply discard, so they put me here. A sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies. To warrant my execution, the official charges I faced after the war were twofold. The first was the destruction of civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne, a battle during which those civilian ships were actively attacking my fleet. The other was ordering the bombing of the Londinian spaceport to halt the spread of the Terramorph outbreak there. The city and its citizens were lost, but countless others likely saved. And for doing what was right, I was put on trial, and my life irrevocably changed.
O Jezus.
One final act of rebellion by the leadership that lost the Colony War. The trial was authentic. I faced tribunal with dignity, but my execution, staged. A lethal injection that was anything but. The cabinet at the time, long gone now, wished to keep me on as an advisor, and considering the other option, I was in no place to refuse. So I elected to trade my freedom for my continued existence. stewed. That's my daughter. My progeny. You've been working alongside. Has she shared with you the nature of our little family? Did she? So willing to trust Hadrian. I never did succeed in driving that out of her. Our relationship has always been a challenging one. The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do. It was an attempt by the United Colonies to solidify its own legacy, forging a new generation of great leaders. They were raised by adoptive families made up of scholars and tacticians, trained at the United Colonies' greatest scientific and military academies, displayed incredible promise. But by the time the Colony War came to a close, there was only Hadrian. But that's ancient history now. You have much more pressing matters at hand, with which I can help. After some long years earning the trust of this current the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the Colony War. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on. I'll tell you where they are, but in exchange, I need something dealt with. Well, who better to find them? But many of them I knew personally, and I've always had a mind for details. Where someone was born, next of kin. You'd be shocked how often an otherwise brilliant criminal flees to the planet just next to the one where they were born, or where a family member resides. I simply use my own personal knowledge and the information our group collects for me to track them down and set things right. There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colonies' more problematic lines of research. Mech weapons were his specialty. If it dealt death, he could make a deal more. When the Colony War ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him, however you're able. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's done, and I'll tell you what I know.
Mhm.
Captain, your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. It is my genuine hope that, perhaps, down the line, you might become a part of our team. And this might be something of a tryout. Speak to Deputy McIntyre. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear that someone might be tying up this loose end at long last. Though I would ask you, do not make the mistake of confusing me for a simple cutthroat. You can certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. He's likely gone feral by now. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship and be done with it. By all means.
Hmm. Opcjonalne. Czyli tam jest.
Hey, you might want this.
Captain, did your meeting go well? I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy. Captain, please, keep your voice down. The situation with the prisoner is a complex one. A holdover from a different era. But it's a situation we've been managing as discreetly and humanely as we can for some time now. And the most critical part of that management is making sure no one else learns of it. Do I make myself clear? The Major doesn't have clearance for this sort of information, and she certainly doesn't need a distraction from her current, very important work. Which is why I need you to keep this to yourself. Short of jailing you? No, you're right. But in this moment, I think it would be a big mistake to tell her. Though I presume he didn't call you down there simply to discuss his daughter. Dr. Reginald Orlaise? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlaise is completely out of the question, but bringing him to justice... He's been on the lam for years. That'd be a huge win for the UC. What's being offered in return? Allowing you to kill someone on behalf of the prisoner? Absolutely not. But taking the chance to bring a known criminal to justice? Well, the old man's been right more than a few times in the past. So, what's being put on the table here?
Albo się safe. Się nie posypało nic. Nie, tylko po prostu trzeba z nim pogadać i tyle, ze dwóch. No siema. Czekaj. Nie wiem, czy ty poszłaś już, czy jeszcze jesteś? Lilika. Dziewczyno. Gdzie ty jesteś? Pokaż się mi. Czekajcie. Co się kurde dzieje? No tam coś piszą. Dobra, połowa baterii już, kurde, jest praktycznie. Się szybciej naładuje niż... Chyba, że ona... Chyba, że jesteś na... Czekaj. Ja cię widzę. Chyba, że jesteś na tym... Może... Karolina... Luna, nie macie, cholera. Ale zostawiła ślad, no. Może poszła, ale ja akurat byłem jeść, no i to taka robota. No trudno.
Captain, did your meeting go well?
O, muszę to szybko.
Captain, please. The situation with... But it's a situation, and the most critical... The Major doesn't have clear, which is why I... Short of jailing you, I presume he did... Dr. Reginald Orlays? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlays is completely out of the question, but bringing him to justice...
O, w ten sposób.
That'd be a huge win. Allowing you to kill someone? Well, the old... Really? He found the members of the research team. We'd already initiated a search for them, but it'd save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us that information. Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in alive. Now, was there anything else?
Nie no, jest chyba ona tam, bo widzę, że jest aż 3 ludzi. Hejka. No. Widzę, że też jest 3 ludzi na tym streamie, więc w sumie no ciekawa sprawa. Nie wiem. Nie wiem, czy Lilika jest, czy nie.
Trusting the man downstairs would be a mistake.
Zobaczymy.
But I don't think you need to be too concerned. This is far from the first name he's handed over, and all previous missions went off largely without a hitch. So while I'd certainly warrant caution, I think you can proceed. Then I'll bid you good day, Captain.
Dobra.
And remind you of the...
No to musimy iść tam teraz na dół.
If that's what you require to sleep at night, so be it. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria, Wolf System. There is a star station in the vicinity, the Den. The head of the local vanguard, one Captain Marquez, should be able to help you find our man.
No dobra. To co teraz? Dobra, dalej musimy iść gadać z ludziami. Bo ta gra głównie...
Identity verified. You may proceed to the exit.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Chyba ta gra na gadaniu głównie polega. Napiszę na tym. Discord, gdzie jest Discord?
I have something for you.
Dobra. Gdzie mamy to lecieć? Do naszej port lotniczy. O, trochę mu zmuliło go. Aha, nie, nigdzie nie lecimy, tylko musimy z kimś pogadać. Tylko kur... Ale woj lecimy w sumie. Ojej. Może i lecimy.
Welcome aboard. Find your seats, stow your belongings.
Czy mamy tutaj te rzeczy? R. Mam nadzieję, że tak, różne zapasy. A, to tu mamy. Okej. Tak, gdzie my musimy lecieć? O kurwa. Już do tego miejsca.
So, I hear you've been making yourself pretty useful around the ship, Cora.
I have, Dad. I want to be as good a co-pilot for the captain as I am for you.
Czyli nie no, konkretnie nie chodzi o
Well,
plan.
you're doing a great job, Mr. I'm proud of you. What do you say we get you a new outfit next time we're planetside?
It still fits, Dad. And I love it. Now, a new book.
The Den responding to hail. You're cleared to dock. Welcome to UC space.
To lecimy.
You might want this. Hard to believe this place is still intact. But the military is
Looking
nothing
to
if
lodge a
not
complaint?
resilient.
Then you want UC security, not the Vanguard. Can try, I guess. Why? What do you need? Think you got some bad information. If there was a wanted man in our skies, he wouldn't still be out there. Unless... Are you talking about the Warlock? There's been rumor of a ship out there for years now. Doesn't respond to hails, never docks. More than a few amateur investigators have tried to find it, and at least 2 never came back. Aetheria's debris fields are plenty dangerous if you're not used to flying in them. But if you're suggesting it might not have been the fields that got them, well, I can give you the coordinates of the Warlock's last sighting.
No ma jej, kurde.
Things you should know? The den's not really that kind of place. This is a quiet assignment. Keep an eye out for pirates, make sure smuggling's kept to a minimum, occasional rescue job out in the debris fields. Otherwise, it's mostly long haulers and staying ready for the day the Collective wants another round, or House Varun comes back in force. I mean, I honestly thought it was just a story board haulers told to amuse each other. But if the pilot of the Warlock really has been dusting our people, well, hopefully you're about to make our skies a whole lot safer. Well, the original Den Star Station was destroyed decades ago during the Serpent's Crusade by marauding House Varun zealots. Big part of the remains from those battles ended up gathering around Aetheria, forming a nasty debris field. Every now and then, some headstrong scrapper comes limping back because they hit an 80-year-old mine. Or sometimes they don't come back at all. Though, maybe it's not just the field that's been picking them off. Sure thing. Here, this should get you pointed in the right direction. Good hunting, and stay safe.
Okay.
What? Oh.
Did someone leave some food out before we left? Whoa.
Startujemy.
I'm sure they're sad to see.
Nadzieję, że mam wystarczająco mocny statek. Jest na 28. Co mam z nim zrobić? Znaleźć go po prostu. Czy jestem w stanie
Endless void. Who is this you've brought me? More scrap for the field.
zobaczymy.
Your last moments, Mot. All systems. Shoot them down. Damage
Nie to. Kurde. Zepsułem se. Pół biedy, że go rozwaliłem, ale... Okej, dobra.
It always feels like I'm on some sort of vacation when I'm here.
Po pierwsze, pilotaż 9 na
We
30.
should get food at a restaurant like fancy people if you want.
You will be scanned as you enter the city.
Okej, kurde.
Do you need something?
79, jeszcze 20%. Co on tu kurwa tak śmignie, że masakra.
I wonder if I miss New Atlantis when Tony and I leave. No.
Pojedziemy do góry w tej sytuacji. A ja, bo ja mam punkt, no przecież tyle, że nie mogę go wydać. Chyba, że na pistolety mogę go w stanie wydać. No. Potem się pomyśli, bo o, załatwi się to bez problemów. Teraz pytanie jest takie, gdzie jest? Mi się właśnie wydawało, że to tutaj trzeba iść.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Welcome back, Captain. Do you have some news for me regarding Dr. Olays? Happily. But first, I believe you owe me something.
Trudno.
Your evidence. I'd say it'd be a waste of your and Hadrian's time to have to track down the research team on your own. Surely you found something. Excellent. Please, deposit it in the transfer system.
Kur... Nie dało się tam.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here. Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at
Transfer accepted.
that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world.
Teraz.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
I'm all ears. The galaxy awaits.
Authorized personnel only.
Kurwa.
Your friend has to stay here.
Co oni ode mnie żądają? Kurwa, wróć do czerwonych towarzyszy.
Authorized
Czego
personnel
to
only.
mnie chcesz?
Need something?
Has to stay here.
What's on your mind?
A spadaj,
Uh-huh.
typku. Nie wiem, o co ci chodzi.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
This is fine work, Captain. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters. Except for one. That one you'll need to collect yourself. His name is Kaiser. You can find him on the Freestar world of Nira, wandering the battlefield there. The area was ground zero for xeno-weapon deployments during the war, so I would arm yourself appropriately. And I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols you'll need their help to overcome. I dedicated my life to the United Colonies. Every effort of my being to their protection. I even gave them my heirs. Even if my circumstances have changed, my purpose has not. A military Model A, yes. Specifically customized for the needs of the Xeno warfare team during the Colony War. A powerful resource, if you can recover him.
O,
You're saving the galaxy, Captain. What tool wouldn't you use to protect it?
No dobra. A ja nie chcę się włamywać. Też teoretycznie. Ale najpierw bym wolał sobie zapisać. Zaawansowane otwieranie zamków, którym by doszło otworzyć pyk. Teraz jakieś 3 by się przydały. No bo i tutaj nie mamy jedynego. Patrz, to jedynie. A nie, bo to są też 4 do obrotów. Te są podwójne. Tak jak i te są podwójne. Ciekawostka. I druga, kolejna sprawa jest taka. Mamy to by było też fajne. Skaner ręczny. Ale bardziej jeszcze to mnie interesuje, że mam 2/5. Jeżeli to, chyba że to mam jeszcze jakiś opis, że to nie może być. Moment. Hakuj zamki. No po prostu 5. Hakuj zamki. A. Jest raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tych. Do tego. Moment. Dobra, i teraz bym musiał być razy 3. Dobra, to mam. Teraz jest raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Moment, to może otworzymy jakoś sobie te drzwi innymi kluczykami. A ten nie wchodzi, widzisz? Mamy tutaj może jeszcze... No i co my tu mamy? Raz, 2, 2, 3, 4. Pyk. I teraz jeszcze raz, 2, 3, 4. Ciekawe, czy są w stanie to rozwikłać. Jakimiś metodami. Ale na pewno nie. Na to by pasowało. Pytanie, czy się zaliczyły otwierania drzwi. 3 napięcia, patrz. O, zaliczyły się. Dobra. No ale... Co z tego? Ja tylko chyba weszłem. W sumie po nic. Tak, o, otwarte. Nie za jaja. Ale ważne, że... Ważne, że otwarł ten. Okej. Że włam się udał. Pięćdziesiąt 5% baterii. Okej. No to jeszcze chwila i będzie naładowana. Moment. Port lotniczy. Że głupi jestem, bo to raczej nie jest na tej planecie, więc od razu możemy się udać na Marsa. Możemy się babrać. Mirk.
Best thing about low gravity, you can really stretch out, crack the back, relaxing.
Okay.
Captain, welcome back. I was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen? Must have changed up how the ceremony works. I just raised my hand and said, sure, I'm in. But it is real good to have you here again. We've been going through the Terramorph data and, well, we're gonna need all the help we can get. These logs, they're even more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate Terramorphs. At this point, the data's given us more options to explore than we have people to work on them.
Czekajcie.
Well, 8. They went extinct a few decades back. A big lumbering thing called an Aceles. Something I'd love to learn more about, if we had the people to look into it.
No, trudno.
That'd be something, wouldn't... I'm sorry, are you? You're serious? You found our research team? That's incredible. That accelerates everything. With them back, it'll let us... Wait. Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser? Well, Kaiser's one of a kind. Special built for the sort of work we did.
Kaiser.
Dealing with unfriendly beasts in hostile environments. No other robot in the galaxy like him. So did you really manage to track him down? That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff. Well, how? How exactly did you manage to find them?
O Jezus. O Boże. Dobra.
You can't be... Oh, you are serious. Okay. No more questions. But still, getting Kaiser back, that gives us more than a few new paths forward on dealing with the Terramorphs. But if he's been out there on his own all this time, you're gonna need something. Come on. We've already made a lot of progress getting this place back online. Some of the containment chambers were a bit on the unpleasant side, but the facility staff made short work of that. Somewhere.
Wiedzę po grawitacji, ale dobra.
Here, Kaiser schematics.
Ja pierdzielę.
Actuators, weapons, batteries. That old robot's been MIA for a while, so chances are he's gonna need some repairs. He's also got a lock on his voice controls.
Dobra.
You can give yourself authorization with the phrase "Nos veli machinis."
9.
Now, where exactly is the old machine? Oh, it's really not that daunting. So long as he's on a planet with some modicum of civilization, you should be able to cobble together most of what he might need. He is on a planet like that, right? Oh my god. Are you talking about Nira? No wonder no one's found him. Xenoweapons are just the tip of the iceberg in that place. The environment's devastated. There's little, if any, real law. Nira's got more than enough ways to make any visit your last. But I think there's a place where you can start your search. Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. Licensed to an Angelo Alonso. Goes by Gel. As good a place to start as any. The Colony War saw a lot of hard fighting, but Nira got it the worst. Everything the Freestar Collective and UC could muster, ground troops, xenoweapons, mechs, was hurled into the fray. Both sides hoped something would decisively turn the tide, but it never did. When the war finally ended, swaths of that world were so devastated they were effectively abandoned. So what Kaiser's doing there, of all places, I can only guess at. Kaiser lets us do field work with a level of precision that there's really no other way to accomplish. More than a few of the options we're looking into. Detectors to uncover the terramorph transmission method, or crafting a targeted biological agent. They require highly specific materials to test against. And asking a group of Marines to accompany us for that kind of work, well, it usually ended up with ruined samples and wounded teammates. And I'll make sure we're ready to put them to use as soon as you've got them.
Mam nadzieję, że jeszcze będzie szansa, żeby jej powiedzieć. Mimo wszystko, wow, wylądowałem na nos. Skoczyłem se na swój własny statek. Na mój własny statek se wskoczyłem. Okej. Dobra. To lecimy, no bo co nam pozostaje? A gdzie to w ogóle jest? Tu jest. Gdzieś w tych okolicach, mówicie? No jeszcze chyba nie było. Konkretnie.
Battles from the colony wars took place here. It'll probably look like this for a long time.
Lots to do. You understand.
Hey! New model on the floor. Welcome to the one-of-a-kind. Refuge and rest home for the hardest scrappers anywhere. Name's Jill. Proprietor.
Okay.
Turn meds into money mostly. Plus selling equipment, information, and supplies to any short-term scrappers that want to take a shot at striking it rich out in the fields. Appreciate it. Took years to get this place self-sustaining. Plenty elbow grease and creativity. Can I get you started on a tab, then? Or you here to try and make your fortune in the fields? I'm happy to take your credits however you want to hike them over. It's kind of an inside joke. Other than the fact that we're the only place out here, the mechs we harvest, they're primarily from a group known as the 1st Cavalry. Their unit was deployed to break the deadlock on this world during the Colony War. Almost succeeded too, but as you can probably guess, it didn't ultimately work. Left us plenty of scrap to build with though, so we thought it'd be funny to dedicate this place to the folks that made it possible. So they were pretty widely considered the best damn mech unit in the Freestar Militia. Maybe the galaxy. Their leader? Major Paxton Hull. They say he was some kind of tactical genius. Whole damn war, he always seemed to be just one step ahead of the UC. But all that changed here on Nera. The fighting was brutal, apparently. Between the aliens and the UC defenses, most of the 1st Cavals were wiped out. They say Hull snapped, that he couldn't handle the loss of so many good soldiers. When the ceasefire order finally came, he ignored it. Said he was too close to victory, and didn't want his people's lives to be sacrificed for nothing. So they court-martialed Hull and the other survivors of the 1st, locked them all up, and that was that. Lights are on. Anyone home? All legal, I swear.
Na pewno to kup wszystkie. Ja to nie wiem co to jest. A i przy okazji, co myśmy tam potrzebowali? Środek. A i nie masz chyba tego, czego potrzebował. Moment. Może masz włókno. Albo włókno jakieś na przykład, czy coś w tym stylu.
What can I do for you? No better so.
Włókno na przykład jakieś. Chyba nie masz. Nic tu nie masz.
Kaiser? No bot around here with that tag. Oh, unless you mean Captain Ahab? At least that's what we've all been calling him. No clue what his actual designation is.
since he's got some sort of security protocol that prevents inquiries and general chit-chat. But he's a combat bot, right? Yeah, that machine's been out there a while now, hunting this one siren, his white whale. But it's been a while since anyone's laid eyes on Captain Ahab, though. Maybe he finally got the thing. Or it got him. Moby Dick? Old art story about one Captain Ahab chasing some big fish that's bound to get him killed? No? We all thought the name was a good fit since our bot friend was so damn busy chasing that siren of his. Quality slate, too. Think I got a copy for sale if you want to give it a look. Nasty kind of alien left behind after the colony war. Pretty much blind. Original ones brought to Nera were all xeno-weapons. But those critters have long since passed. But they left behind more than enough untrained babies to keep the fields plenty interesting. That's where I recognize that insignia. Red Devils. Yeah, Ahab's definitely your bot. So, sounds like you've got two options. You can wander around out there, hunting your bot, little old white whale of your very own. Maybe you find him, maybe you get yourself killed. But knowing this rock is part of what we do here. So if you want to find him a whole lot faster, I'll sell you what I know about this. Kaiser's location. Going rate's a little steep, but I'm willing to negotiate.
Się dowiedzieć.
I mean, great for him, but that won't keep acetylene in our tanks. And honestly, would you be able to tell if a terramorph was attacking outside? Sorry.
Na pewno jakoś się dogadamy.
I'm listening.
Słucham.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Kurde.
In my experience, the right offer is always worth waiting for.
Jeśli. R.
There's no need for any of that. I'm sure we can work something out. Hold on. I never said that was my final offer. Okay. You made your point. I'll give you a discount. Pleasure doing business with you.
Good.
So, last anyone heard of him, he was out near the Syracuse. Shipwreck about a quarter click down the main strip. One of my roughnecks
tak mam
said
trochę
he
kasy,
heard
to.
some kind of beacon. Just keep your ears open. You should find your machine. Eyes open too. Sirens and ecliptic out there, and neither takes prisoners. Oh, and corpse retrieval is not included in this transaction, so now you know. Give Ahab a Kaiser our best.
Kurde, jakie jaja. W ogóle tak się zastanawiam. Quest. VC. Misje to nie. Drobne to nas nie. Kończone w przydupy misji. Frakcyjne na to wchodzą. VF. Misji jest. VF. Selecujcie zadania. Z tych wszystkich questów. O, może jest. FAQ. Statek. Opis przejścia. Misje główne. Cena. Moment. Wysoka cena to jest koniec. Nie wiem, czy to jest co, ale czy to jest ostatni quest, czy nie. Ale frakcyjne. Sobie. Kurde, no nie jest, to nie jest, tu nie ma. Przykład lepsze zło. Lepsze znane zło. Ale na przykład lepsze znane zło Starfield. Ciekawe, czym się wyświetli. W której to jest frakcji. Tytuł misji po prostu. Lepsze znane, ale to jest w tym. Ci przyjaciele, ale ja bym potrzebował. Okej, ja bym potrzebował właśnie informacji, ile tych misji jest. Składniki, o, może tak. Editor. Poradniki, Starfield. Kurde, no nie wiem, tak szczerze. Jest tych misji. Dobra, chyba się nie dowiem, ile jest tych misji, co? Bo bym chciał dowiedzieć. Ale numer niższy znalazło, może tak napiszemy. Starfield, lepsze znalazło, lepsze znalazło. To jest właśnie to. Relikty wojny. To teraz powinno być relikty wojny. To by się zgadzało. Relikty wojny. Potem jest. O ile w ogóle. To są wszystkie. Kopalni to jest chyba to. Zakończenie wątku zjednoczonych kopalni. Mówicie. To już w sumie nie dużo, aż tak dużo, aż tego nie zostało. Wątek zjednoczonych kopalni. Okej.
Shame we couldn't have safer mix. The technology could have been... It was horrific.
To musimy iść. Sure.
Cannonball.
Grubo. Dajcie mi chwilę. Kurwa, nie mam tu w ogóle informacji. Lepsze znaleźć. Moment. Ale hasła mi nie podali. To małpy. Wredne. Moment. Okay.
Voice controls unlocked. Attempting to resume. Attempting to error. Power level insufficient. Battery required. Type microcell required.
Kurde.
Salvage yard.
Okay. Moment. Jezus. Co tam się dzieje w ogóle? Trzeba tylko zdjęcia za późno.
In need of materials? Or just here to have a drink and enjoy the views? Ecliptic are the meanest damn soldiers of fortune in the galaxy. Make the Crimson Fleet seem polite by comparison. You stumble across any out there, you back away slowly, or get ready to kill every last one of them.
Co tam kosi? Też nie jest. Nie wiem, kto to tam.
Nasty kind of alien left behind after the colony war. Pretty much blind. Original ones brought to Nera were all xeno-weapons. But those critters have long since passed. But they left behind more than enough untrained babies to keep the field plenty interesting. Lots of money to be made on mech scrap if you know where to look. And I just happen to sell a guide that'll show you the best spots to get started. Couple of words of warning, though. As you may have put together, Nera's more dangerous than a cellophane airlock. And it's not just the environment that'll kill you. UC brought xeno-weapons here during the colony war, and more than a few decided to put down roots. Sirens are the ones you really need to watch out for. You've also got the unauthorized scrappers, Ecliptic being the worst of the bunch. Kill you for looking at them wrong. Luckily, we sell a wide array of problem solvers in various colors and calibers. Any Nera scrapping expedition starts by checking my stock. If you were done, you mind if I get back to things? Ah, so that's where your machine's been. Ran out of juice. Heat leeches, wasn't it? Those little stowaways are everywhere on this rock. Suck the power out of a pen light if you let them. But a microcell, that's military-grade tech. I think we might have one, but I can promise you, it's not going to be cheap. You could probably Frankenstein one together using our fabrication system here, but only if you had some quality schematics. So, I just brace for a little sticker shock. Wouldn't have lasted real long here, doing what we do without a top-notch fabrication system. So long as you've got the specs, it should be able to handle making you a microcell. But finding materials up to the task, you're likely going to be sifting through quite a few mech hulks out there to find what you need. Though, if you think you can actually manage something like that, I'm willing to make you a deal. I'll point you towards the juiciest harvest sites. Spots where you should be able to find quality parts. But in return, any excess materials you collect, you sell to me, all right? Save us from risking our neck. I can't give you a guarantee, but a couple of mech types use microcells to power non-critical systems, running lights, radar, that sort of stuff. All the intact microcells will be long gone, too valuable, but the parts to make one, much better chance those are still lying around. So what do you say? Sell me what you don't need, and I'll tell you where to look. Then let me just mark those collection points. Watch yourself out there.
Aj, ja po prostu muszę go kupić. Kup akumulator. Micodra od giela. Chodź to.
Whatever else you find in those spots, here's what I've got.
Ej, właśnie, a ty nie masz może przypadkowo też zasobu? Co ja muszę od ciebie kupić? Akumulator procesor.
Finest supplies on the planet. Also, all legal, I swear.
Wszystko, procesor. Co? O, to jest to! Przecież ja to miałem chyba. A w tym momencie ten są niepotrzebny. Połamałem się jeszcze przy okazji. Ale to nic. A wy co ty to kurwa? O pierdolę. Przestraszy wyzywając. Co? Nie muszę z nimi się bić nawet przecież. Muszę gdzieś tu jakiś... Kurde. Ja z tą kusiarą mi tam nerwuje. Jak tak się tu dostać teraz? Wiem, że to było wejście. Mam cię, robocie.
Battery accepted. Operational power levels restored. Analyzing. Residual damage detected. Impact shielding. Visual systems. Damage within acceptable limits. Thank you for your aid. I must resume my mission. Please step aside. Heat leeches. Energy siphoning pests. Nested as I reset from my last altercation. Good to have them gone at long last. Weapon disarmament. High risk. So I will ask you to stand aside. Tejas anon. We'll have to wait. I cannot leave my mission, although previous attempts to disarm the weapon have been unsuccessful. Additional support may allow me to complete my active mission more quickly, allowing me to leave this place. My mission is the disarmament of Unit XW-99. Designation, Siren. Nearest final active Xeno weapon, 99 has proven a far more formidable adversary than its peers. Will you aid me with disarmament?
Kaiser, I think you're on the fritz. You're not seriously suggesting we fight an actual Xeno weapon.
I am suggesting
A
precisely.
ten kurwa na zewnątrz.
I have thus far been
Jakiś...
incapable of disarming Unit 99 myself.
Co to było?
May allow success.
Co to było?
During the Colony War, handling of Unit 99 and its peers were among my personal duties. Deploy Unit 99. Defend Unit 99 against hostile forces. But above all, ensure Unit 99 was never used against non-combatants. When I was separated from the Xeno warfare team with the Armistice, Unit 99 and its broodmates remained here, causing many non-combatant deaths. So I am here to correct my mistake. I have nearly succeeded in disarming their brood. Only Unit 99 remains. Correct. Unit 99 is a siren, a deadly biological specimen deployed to Nera during the Colony War. Engineered for combat efficiency, execution of said specimens is the standard method of Xeno weapon disarmament. Species designation, Secusa lantanus. Top speed, 78 kilometers per hour. Confirmed kills, 107. Technically, yes. All Xeno weapons have a control interface which allows them to be given orders. If Unit 99 were to be subdued, I could wipe its interface. This would prevent Unit 99 from ever being used as a weapon again. That would be technically sufficient for the parameters of my mission. However, it is my personal assessment, and Nero would be better off with Unit 99 terminated. Follow me.
Chodź za mną.
So wild that now, after all these years, this uncrewed, nearly destroyed ship is still dangerous.
Threat detected.
Whoa. Ten w niego na dupce. sprawdzić. 80 000 kredytów. A spoko, mogę płacić. Ten pomarszy biego. A nie mam żadnych statystyk złych. Jest okej. Każdy poszedł.
I am detecting Unit 99, but there is a complication. Unit 99 legal countermeasures.
Time to break a sweat for a change.
Initiating target elimination. Hostile lost. Scanning.
On to odwala, co on?
Unit 99 is on the other side of that reach, but it appears to be under the control of hostile forces. Sensors suggest Ecliptic, a mercenary company like Ecliptic, would only want Unit 99 to utilize it as a weapon. This means Unit 99 must be disarmed immediately. Standard procedure would be a frontal assault on the outpost. No quarter given.
On szpetny.
Do you concur? If these mercenaries were able to decipher a method to access Unit 99's control interface, it would allow them to deploy the weapon. This must be prevented at all costs.
Ecliptic isn't going to back down, but neither are we.
Moving out.
I know now isn't the best time, but I need to talk with you later.
Okej. szczur.
Unit 99 service is now complete. Mine, however, continues.
Dobra. Tym się zaraz zajmiemy. Wszystkie nowe. No, amunicja, jakieś wejście. Jakaś gówniana broń i coś tam jeszcze. Nic konkretnego nie mieli. Ile mamy apteczek? 16. O, te apteczki to mi się przydało też pokupić.
You know, I needed this. Exploring the galaxy with you by day, investigating the mysterious legal woes of my long-dead spouse by night. Hey, I'm not complaining. Honestly, these have been some of the best days of my life in a long time. I mean that. Vasco never appreciated my humor that much. I was just remembering how I'd pour my heart out to Vasco so many times. I told him all about Irvin. He showed me a chart of how sad I should expect to feel. Sure, folks from the lodge, folks from my past. I've got friends when and where I need them. But traveling with you has been different. We're more of a team. It feels stronger. Why not? Trust me, I've talked to way less sentient humans before. Vasco's just fine for most conversations. He was really hoping the visual presentation would help. It did not. Oh, we got to point B many times just fine. Top-notch co-pilot. Would recommend him to anybody. Anyway, I'm glad you're here right now because we have things to discuss about Irvin's case. I heard back from my contact. They looked into Hephaestus Mining Corporation. Looks like they paid off the judge. And that's not all. My contact really came through for us. Turns out the witness was threatened until he withdrew his testimony. And thanks to our contact, we now have the receipts. No, my contact does for now. I trust them. We worked together a long time ago. And it depends on what I want to do with all the proof. If anything. Bank transactions. A precise amount was transferred to the judge only the day before the ruling. My contact has an audio log with the identity of the speaker verified, time-stamped, everything. I'm glad you're confident already. I'm not, though. I'm worried we don't have enough evidence to go up against a massive corporation like that. So I know a cyber runner who has accessed corporate archives before. They can dig into the classified archives before we go to a lawyer. We can pay extra for them to use less legal methods to obtain information, but that adds risk. I don't know. I guess that's a good question for a lawyer. That's definitely wise and absolutely why I'm glad I asked you. I think I can do some digging in public records on my own. So I might. That's much safer. Depending on what they find out, it might be time to talk to a lawyer. I'll see if I can find one. Whew. Taking on Hephaestus isn't going to be easy. And I say this as someone who's fought the Crimson Fleet. Maybe I should study up on the art of cross-examination. Might come in handy at the trial. Well, my long-lost cousin had this farmstead that was taken over by pirates. I'm just kidding, but no, probably not. That's solid advice. Know your actual limitations.
Mądra
Not
rada.
the ones granted to you by a mysterious superpower. Anyway, let's go adventure while we wait on the cyber runner to get back to us. Hey, when you're not busy, let's chat.
Okej, że długie. Do tej jednej misji. A, bo mam przy wszystkie. Teraz dopiero tu. Okej. Teraz z tobą jeszcze muszę.
Our work here is finished. Now, what is this mission you spoke of? Major Sinan is involved? A plague of terramorph attacks. That is disconcerting. You are docked at one of a kind. I will meet you there.
Co? To zrobimy. O, a tu się coś nacisnął. Masakra.
Hey, Dad? Will you read to me tonight before bed?
Read to you? Sure. I'd like that very much. You haven't asked me to do that in a long time.
And will you do funny voices for the characters? Like you used to when I was little?
You just try and stop me.
To gdzie my lecimy? W takim razie zawijamy stąd.
can't believe it.
Major Sanon, Dr. Walker.
You're in better shape than I expected, Kaiser. Shouldn't take us long to get you back up to full fighting capacity.
This is good to hear. I was told there was a new threat on the horizon. I wish to learn more.
Percival will give you the full story.
Plus, get you dressed for the occasion.
Occasion. Where are we going?
Londinian.
Londinian. Doctor, I will require additional armaments.
That's the plan. Come on.
Captain, you're with me. Time to walk you through what we came up with. So the problem we're up against is vast. Terramorphs, they can be anywhere. Meaning us finding and disposing of... them ourselves isn't an option.
It's way too cold. And this is absurd.
Come on. I'll walk you through what we're thinking. Hello. You remember that creature we talked about before you went to Nira? The thing that eats terramorphs, the Asyles? Take that as a no, then. Yes, there are. Apparently, the Asyles were bloodhounds for terramorphs. But when the UC ran low on synthetic tools during the Colony War, the Asyles were chosen to fill in the gaps. We thought they were harvested to extinction. But in the data, the research team found the location of a few remaining specimens. As you can see, what we're proposing is bringing them back. We'd breed populations of them, distribute them to human worlds, and then let nature take its course. Using a method that thousands of years of adaptation have already perfected. We could speed up their breeding process using some of the same technologies that were used to create me. We even think that with some time and investigation, we could use the Asyles' hunting skills to track down the terramorph transmission method at long last. Find out how humanity spread them and put an end to the terramorph problem definitively. All our data suggests so. Asyles, they're impressive hunters. The few tests we've been able to run, well, they more than got the job done. They're also shockingly adaptable. The data suggests they're able to thrive just about anywhere, and we plan to selectively breed them so they can hunt terramorphs wherever they're hiding. Which is important, because we did some cross-referencing in the terramorph data. On worlds where Asyles were present, terramorphs weren't. This suggests that however it is terramorphs are getting onto our worlds, Asyles are somehow cleaning that up as well. These creatures are good at what they do. If you pick a fight with one, or you're a terramorph, sure. But Asyles were already spread across the galaxy once before during the Colony War. As livestock, they're far less of a danger than the one we're proposing to clean up. Well, there is another option. It'd be faster, maybe even more effective. But it's got its own risks. A microbe. Something we could aerosolize, let spread, and have it clean up anything with terramorph DNA for us, which would include morphs, and we expect their transmission method. It'd still take time to build, test, and distribute, but no other method could hold a candle to it when it comes to sheer efficiency. Not even the Asylees. Well, that's still not 100%, but it sounds like the Vanguard will actually be picking up a fair bit of it. But there's no sense in hammering down those sorts of details before we've made a decision on which route we're taking. Percival assures me that they're minimal. He'll be able to encode safeguards against mutation in the agent's genetics, so that they stick to the task of cleaning up terramorphs. But the microscopic world has a tendency to behave in ways you can't always predict. So to say there's zero risk would be a lie.
Certainly sounds like the lesser of two monsters. Means we're still dealing with monsters, though.
People have been making dragons out of unfamiliar species as long as there's been people. But the Asylees are a known quantity. We don't need to fear them. With either path, though, we're looking at a long-term commitment. Years of work. Even just getting these plans off the ground is going to take time. And all routes are going to require some highly specific materials to make things work. Terramorph cell lines we can breed quickly and consistently to test on. Asylees gene samples we can use to rebuild their bloodlines. Or sharpen our microbes tracking skills. Not the sort of things any labs just got lying around. But we think we found a lead. One place in the known galaxy where we know we should be able to find all the materials we need. All paths lead to Londinium. It was the central hub for Asylees processing during the Colony War. But, and this part's exciting, the terramorph data suggests Asylees were first found there. The planet it's on, Toliman II, was their homeworld. Meaning, there's a very good chance their prey, the terramorphs, came from that same world. Which would also explain why no one ever suspected that planet as the terramorph source world. The Asylees were too damn effective at cleaning them up. Additionally, it explains why once the Asylees were gone, the outbreak there was so catastrophic. Londinium could very well be where the terramorph saga began. And the key to its end. It's certainly not encouraged, but the UC's given their sign-off for this excursion. This trip is all above board. It's dangerous, yes, but Kaiser, Percival, and I, we've trained for this. And you're not so green yourself. And the last thing I want right now is for the UC to stick us with some gung-ho jarhead who's gonna put us and the mission at risk. Captain, you're the reason we're all here right now. You're the person I think can help us finish it. Will you join us on this? Exactly what I was hoping to hear. Now, the UC has a small operating base on Londinian's outskirts. We're cleared for access, but we'll need to check in with the base commander, Sarah Hatoum, when we touch down. I'm gonna help Percival and Kaiser prep, but once that's done, we'll rendezvous with you there. But you need to know, Londinian, it belongs to the Terramorphs. They'll have anti-Xeno gear for us at the base, but I'd make sure you've got your favorite arms on hand.
Okay.
Howdy.
To w ogóle co tu się dzieje, bo jest coś jest coś opcjonalne, ale nie wiem czy to jest opcjonalne. Tak. To jest opcjonalne.
Yes.
Dlatego idziemy tam zobaczyć czego te.
Oh, this goddamn planet. You romanticize a place
Przeklęta planeta.
but I forgot what a dust-crusted pit Mars can be. Now you, what do you need? Oh, nothing. I love having to take a toothbrush to every crate they drag in here. Now you gonna tell me what you need, or can I get back to my work? You project personnel? Supplies are for project personnel only. Oh, that's you then. I was informed we might be working together. Don't much care for Vanguard. It sounds like you two really got into the thick of it back in New Atlantis. My sister's kids live in the city, so, thank you for what you did there. Don't think it's a controversial belief that the UC should spend its money on its own people first, rather than doling out credits to pilots from God knows where. But, considering the evidence before me, I guess the program's not a total waste. So, what you did for New Atlantis, I appreciate it. Yeah, they both came through okay. One science division, other's an artist. Effectively useless human beings that would have had no reason to be anywhere near the fighting. Still, would hate to see anything happen to them. Now, what was it you needed? If anyone can pull off something as downright lunatic as that, it's these people. And I'll make sure they've got all the supplies they might need to make it a reality. That's correct. Ran logistics for the Devils for years before getting the assignment here. Military logistics isn't usually thrilling work, but as bone-crushingly exhausting as this job could be, it sure as hell was never dull. Coordinating habitats from nightmares from the far side of Lantana 8B and their favorite breathing snack foods? Sure, why not? Stocking the UC for a rancher who's got 2,000 grade A kilos of biomass he can ship to Mars per week? We call days like that Tuesday. So when I heard things might be opening up again, I put in for my transfer immediately. No more reliable hardware in the galaxy.
Pokaż mi tam. Wyposażenie. O, ty chyba, żebyś miał aptet. To biorę. Ale nie masz takiego wyposażenia w rodzaju. Z tego co widzę to nie. Ale wiesz co? Tak już tu jestem. Sprzedaj. Mamy tak. To musi zostać. Czekaj. Czym ja strzelam? tym na 32. Okej. Nie, to tak. To out. To zostaje. O kurwa. To sprzedam, to zostawię. To sprzedaję. To zostawię. Wow. To sprzedam i to zostawię. Amunicja. Skafandry mam 1. Plecaki mam 2. Hełmy 2. Jur 1. Dobra. Zasoby różne, okej. Sprzedaję z pokładu statku uzbrojenie. Wiesz co? To zostawię. To, bo ja wiem. Na pewno te sprzedamy. O! Ale ty kurwa już człowieku nawet. Kasy nie masz. Żeby to wszystko kupić, masz tylko 4000 HP kredytów i ja ci to miałbym niby tak wszystko sprzedać. Moment. Jeżeli uzbrojenie mamy 32, jeżeli to na dupca z siłą setki, to co to jest? Wow! Niby jest tam coś, ale... A to? Ile to ma amunicję? 8, a to jest taka spluwa typowo. Ten, dobra. Na razie wracamy do tego, bo to ma dużo tej. A to też w sumie. A, takie coś, dobra. Na razie bierzemy. Na razie bierzemy to, bo tu mam i tak najwięcej powera w tym, więc w sumie. Najwięcej amunicji mam do tego. Czy w ogóle jestem w stanie? Nie. Tu być nie może. Tak patrzę, gdzie to niby moglibyśmy lecieć. Tutaj.
Does this place look cleaner than before? Huh. Nah.
This world is off limits. You were advised to jump to safe harbor immediately.
Natychmiast opuścić ten teren.
Is a biological exclusion zone. Nothing down there but terramorphs and UC soldiers keeping an eye on them. Best course of action is to leave while you're still able. No, but if you proceed, no one will be coming to rescue you. So do us all a favor and jump back to safe harbor. Now. Let me check my logs. proceed. We'll let them know you're on your way down.
Terraformy.
Hey, Dad. Want to hear a poem I wrote? It's called a haiku. I just read about them.
Haiku? That sounds exciting. Let's hear it.
Okay. It's called Space. Space is cold.
Inside the barriers, double time! You with the Xeno unit? You're heading to command, far end of the compound.
I pride myself on knowing everyone on this world.
Jesus.
You're with the collection team then, I presume? Either that, or you're one deeply unlucky trespasser. Vanguard, eh? Brief said you were an eclectic group. You must have really shined out on the fringe to get assigned a task like this. Ah, then this must be the rest of your outfit. Commander Hatum, I'm no need for introductions, Major Simon. Dr. Walker, your reputations precede you. As does the urgency of your mission, so I'll get to it. Now, Londinium is one of the most dangerous places in the Milky Way. It's with good reason my soldiers and I do everything we can to avoid entering the city. Terramorphs are omnipresent, and the structural damage left behind when Major Sinon's father bombed its spaceport has turned large swathes of the metropolis into a decaying labyrinth. As such, we'll be providing you all with gear, information, and uploading municipal unlock codes to your robot. Every tool you could need to succeed out there. Except one. Once you're on the other side of those barriers, you will be on your own. If you get into trouble, my people will not be coming. Do we understand each other? The initial Terramorph outbreak that overran Londinium during the tail end of the Colony War came as a complete shock. Waves of the creatures appeared out of nowhere, and the city was quickly overwhelmed. There were some attempts at evacuation, but Ve Victus decided more definitive action was merited. He ordered the spaceport to be bombed, ensuring no other ships could leave the city, halting the spread of the outbreak but leaving large sections in ruins and condemning countless lives. And the intervening 20 years have only made Londinium more hostile, not less. So my people will not be coming for you out there. Understood? We are unwanted guests on this planet, and, as a rule, I don't put my people in any more risk than is absolutely necessary. We've got it hard enough out here. So, no, there will be no cavalry sweeping into the rescue. Terramorphs, and plenty of them, outside our little sanctuary here, much of the planet is theirs. For that reason, we keep our trips into the city to a minimum. That also means our intel becomes largely historical once you go much beyond the defenses. It's also why I want to make sure I'm being crystal clear. Out there, you're on your own. Precisely. I'll leave you to your preparations then. You can find your equipment in our armory, base of the tower just outside. Now, once you're outside the base, it's my personal suggestion you make a beeline to the nearby Asili's plant. It contains one of our field caches. Though I can't guarantee it won't contain anything else. I hope you all find what you're looking for out there. Robot, you're coming with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commander. Percival, you all set to hook into their comms tower?
Should only take a few minutes. Let's get this done and get the hell out of here.
Percival will be scanning the city for our samples from here. When he finds one, he'll transmit the coordinates to us out in the field.
Pinpoint's a bit strong.
The equipment will be able to get us a rough location of any acceptable samples in the scan area. It'll be up to you, Kaiser, and I to find the things. All right. Head over to the armory and gear up. Once you're done, we'll meet by the entrance to the city.
Czekajcie, co ta planeta robi? Status. Ryzyko wystąpienia dolegliwości. Dostałem te takie... Odbierz swój sprzęt, to zależy co? Koniecznie. Co można mieć?
Jetpacks are the more traditional solution.
Duly noted, Commander.
Moment. No nie, nie mam statusów złych. Jeszcze. Gdzie?
Give him one for me, all right?
Teraz co to mi daje? To jest jakieś śmietane. Gówno. To jest na te terraformy. Dużo lepszy skafander niż to, co oni mi tutaj próbowali dać. Więc... No na razie to co mnie luzik.
advice while you're out there. Don't trust what the voices tell you.
Jest jako kradzież uznawane.
Can't chat right now.
Więc je pozbieram. Na pewno mam teraz, no okej. 95. No. Będzie. Jakby trzeba było, to będzie się czym strzelać.
Don't go into the city much. Never for long. Too risky.
Dobra. To tyle.
All set on your gear? Are you ready to do this? Yeah, just pre-mission jitters. You hear about a place for so long, it maybe gets bigger in your head than it should be. But you don't need to worry about me. I'll be all right. Now, are we doing this or not? Then let's get this show on the road. Kaiser? Percival, everything green on your end?
I am ready.
Personal comm should be routed through Kaiser now. You copy that?
Roger, loud and clear.
Perhaps too loud.
Oh, you're a riot robot.
Kaiser, kick it off.
Unlock code transmitted. You may open the gate when ready.
All right. On our way into the city. Percival, where are we heading?
Running the first sweep. Got one. A Sealy's. Not far. Old shipping yard just past the processing plant.
My w ogóle wzięliśmy. Ja mam apteczkę.
In one of the containers.
Ciul.
They're all dominated. Clean them out and keep an eye out for the more patrolling them. Like the last of them. No sign of the Morph, though.
Your shipping yard's
Kaiser, we close enough for you to dial in the location of those samples from here?
Yes, they're faint, but I'm detecting multiple valid signatures. I have restored power to the containers.
jackpot. Get down there and collect as many as you can.
Nie da się otworzyć zamka. Za to wszelkie naboje się da pozbierać. Różnego rodzaju apteczki. Same granaty mogą się przydać. A to się potem będziemy leczyć. Mam status jakiś chorobowy chyba.
We just want to be.
Masakra.
Friends.
Ciekawe. Tego ja mu nie wyzywać. I wtedy się widzieli, ale... No trudno, no bo jak ja mu takie coś ogarnąć? O co chodzi niby? Jakieś próbki. Jak? Chyba nie wiem, o co chodzi. Zabierz próbki, kurwa, czegoś, a ja nie wiem, kurwa, nawet o co chodzi. Dobra. Ale tu jest dużo napisane na ten temat. Oj, nie wiem, o co chodzi.
comments?
People probably
Questions?
wouldn't use that power
No?
responsibly.
Good.
Kurwa, ale jesteś głupi. Chyba. Ale jednak nie. To jednak chyba nie. Co? Nie, to nie o to chodzi. Kurwa, poważnie. Nie, to biorę. Dobra, weź, nie denerwujcie mnie nad tym. To 127, no ciekawe. Dobra, jak mi się... Ale z tych debilem.
Nice work. Now, earlier scan picked up a valid Terramorph sample, but, well, it's in the spaceport. And the quick route there looks like it got blasted when the port did.
There are steam tunnels under the city, which will allow us to access the spaceport.
What do you... That's right. Kaiser, how did you know that?
Not sure.
Percival, you see any better option?
Not from where I'm standing.
We've got our answer.
Access unlocked. We may proceed.
Kaiser, this flora, this is Lazarus plant, isn't it?
Confirmed.
You know, no one even realized it was a living thing.
Czy jestem w ogóle w stanie? Chcę to odblokować teraz. Nie no, Boże mój.
Until someone got it under a microscope and saw it had cells. Can't be cultivated anywhere but Londinium.
Jakiś jeszcze trzeci mi przyszedł. Torów. Nieźle.
Leeches. What's keeping you things warm? icarus in bloom. You know, we might be some of the only. What's happening, Captain?
Whoa.
You seeing this?
Woohoo!
Oh my god. The heat leeches are terramorphs.
So, by consuming the Lazarus plant, they metamorphose into terramorphs? Fascinating. And also terrifying, obviously.
You just saw that, right? You would tell me if I was losing my mind. That heat leech became a terramorph. The pests that have snuck onto every planet are baby terramorphs.
Siema, jak
Heat
tam?
leeches hide out in ships.
Dobra gierka, no dobra.
And then with time they transform.
Ja się skupiłem trochę, wiesz, na tym teraz, bo...
We just found out how
Ale spoko.
move between planets.
Dobrze, jakoś leci, wiesz?
That I don't have an answer for right now. But if they share a
I tak za chwilę kończę. No tak, za chwilę, no. Fakt. Bo będę musiał
The Asylees will have to look
kończyć.
into. But given what we know about the creatures, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to find that they've got an appetite for both.
Zaraz będzie koniec.
No, Lazarus plants can't grow anywhere but here, let alone blossom.
Dobra.
People have tried. Plus, if what we just witnessed was happening
Musimy
anywhere
jeszcze...
else, well, it wouldn't just be Londinian lost to these things. What we just saw, it must be some kind of alternate growth method. One that winnows 70 years of maturation into seconds.
Masakra, nie?
It's incredible. Pretty Major is right. But if what we just saw, if that's possible,
Czekaj.
the Lazarus plant, it's clearly an accelerant for the terramorph, a heat leech transformation process. Make one into the other in an instant. But that means if anyone knew about this, they could trigger a terramorph spawning. You could sneak a leech into a city, or even multiple leeches, into a place like New Atlantis. Good God. The attack on New Atlantis, does this... Could someone have set that up? But first, you'd have to know the truth about all this.
Well, we're never gonna know if you don't catch that thing. Get after it. Go!
Go. Okej. Cześć. Ty olbrzymie. Chyba nie będziesz miał mnie na strzała, co? O, jak duży. Jezus. Udało się. Jakie głośne. Jakie kurwa to było głośne teraz.
We're gonna have plenty to discuss once we get out of here.
This suggests with high certainty that the Lazarus plant was used to trigger the attacks on both planets.
There's no way a plant this rare,
Dobra.
this fragile, just shows up here, New Atlantis, and Tau Ceti. The transformations on those worlds, they must have been triggered by human hands. Captain, do you understand what it is we just stumbled on here? I think someone figured out how to use the Lazarus plant to trigger terramorph attacks.
Oh boy. So we're talking a whole new extra scary kind of weapon here, aren't we?
Czemu się zbugował?
Deploying alien life forms isn't exactly new, but I've never heard of one that could pull off something like this. Makes some sense, actually. Tau Ceti was likely their first test, someplace remote where no one would question a few settlers going missing. Ensure the big show, the attack on New Atlantis, would be a success. And the timing of that one, it couldn't have been just luck that it happened right when we were asking the cabinet to do something about the terramorphs. These attacks, I think someone planned them to set all this in motion.
Jezu.
It can't. At least, I didn't think it could. But maybe if we're right about this, someone found a way. They certainly were.
Chyba
Having this answer, well,
ta obudził się i idzie. To będziemy kończyć.
who could pull
Trzeba
something like this
kończyć już
off?
powoli.
And why? I'm a little dumbstruck myself.
Let's save the discussion for when you all are standing in the universe's closest equivalent to hell frozen over. If we're gonna do anything to prevent more terramorph attacks, human cause or otherwise, we need that final sample.
Roger that. Kaiser, get us into the spaceport?
The entrance is this way.
Anything I can help you with, Captain?
I am unable to provide sufficient power to the lock mechanism.
Anyone got ideas where we could get some extra juice?
Local power looks like it was controlled in the security office. Upper floor.
Captain and I can scout it out. Kaiser, see if you can't find another way to get it open.
Roger that. I have restored power to the office entrance. You may proceed.
There's the control panel. Still looks operable. Of all the things to survive.
Reactivated.
think he'd have the guts to look those soldiers in the eye before blowing this place to pieces?
Admiral! It just transformed. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe. Colonel, the troops that closed off the sewers after my evaluation, they're all in this facility.
Other than our casualties? Yes, sir.
Good. Get them into defensive positions around the spaceport. No one leaves. I'll send ships as soon as possible.
Thank God. None of us wanted to go down swarmed by those things.
Dobra, kończymy.
That won't be your fate, Colonel. You have my word.
Transcription complete. Physical copy available.
An invisible weapon. He knew about the Lazarus plant. Grab that recording. We should talk.
O, teraz się ona dowiedziała, nie? Zajebiście. Kurde. O nie, nie teraz. Teraz to ja z tobą rozmawiał już nie będę. Rozmawiamy w następnym live'ie. Trzymajcie się.